Test 1 2, testing, testing 1 2.
So it is August 20th, so we will call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to convene into, or recess into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for a discussion of any discussions of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require the discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, recall NEA and NK certified staff, Director of Facilities contract, July 16, 2024, bus incident / Supervisor of Transportation and Chief Operating Officer, Superintendent annual evaluation. Number 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation / legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 4246582. Item 3, discussions of any investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal, pursuant to RIGL 4246584. July 16th, 2024, bus incident / Director of Transportation and Chief Operating Officer. And item 4, any executive session of local, any executive session of local school committee exclusively for the purposes of reviewing other matters that relate to the privacy of students and their records, provided, however, that any affected students have been notified in advance in writing and advised that he or she may require the discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A8, parent appeal transfer request denial. Can I get a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So we're going to, we took a recess from executive session so that we could come back and open the open session. I'll disclose that there were no votes taken in executive, and that we will be reconvening into executive before the conclusion of this meeting. So that brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance, and so please join us. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call.
Erin Earl.
Here.
Robert Case. Jennifer Lima.
Here.
James Sheehan.
Here.
Deborah Lakowska. Christine LaPierre.
Okay, and just to note on roll call, we do have two voting members absent today, but we do have quorum with 3, and a majority vote will be 2 this evening. Okay, and the calendar?
Thursday, September 12th, school committee business meeting, 7 p.m. central office. Tuesday, September 24th, school committee business meeting, 7 p.m. central office. Subcommittee meetings. DEI subcommittee, Wednesday, August 21st, 5:30 p.m. central office. Policy advisory committee, Monday, August 26th, 4:30 p.m. central office.
Okay, thank you. And citizens' comments? Do you have the sign-up list?
Is there anybody else that needs to sign up?
Okay, thank you. And pursuant to our policy BE, comments are requested to be limited to 5 minutes. And we did have the change that our folks do not have to give their address any longer, just their names before they speak. So we'll call up the first one, Matt.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to address the proposed cultural appropriation policy that's on tonight's agenda. Specifically, and I've communicated with Dr. Duva, near the top of the second page, under questions to be asked, it states, quote, "Did people from the other culture endure negative experiences that people from your culture have not?" If the answer to any of these questions, that's merely the last one, is yes, then the activity or lesson should not proceed, end quote. If enacted the way that's worded, the policy would prohibit the teaching of a vast amount of the social studies curriculum. It would violate this policy, the way it's worded, to teach about slavery in colonial America or the early days of the Republic, the Native American removals, the Jim Crow era, the Chinese Exclusion Act, internment of the Japanese, the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, and so on. Also, social studies teachers would therefore be in violation of Rhode Island laws 1622-36 and 1622-22, which require us to teach Asian American and Pacific Islander history and genocide history respectively. Please do not enact this policy until this issue has been resolved, it's been reworded. Please don't require the teachers of this town to have to choose between violating a state law and violating a school committee policy. So I urge you, please, to table the issue until there's been a chance to reword that in some way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yep. Okay, and then Dave?
Hi, Dave Avedisian. I'm a history teacher at the high school. I would like to echo many of the same thoughts that Matt has. Over the years, we've been asked to individualize, personalize our instruction. Now I fear, with this grading or cultural policy, we'll move closer to pasteurizing and homogenizing education. Maybe it's time to just eulogize it. Eulogize the art of teaching. And maybe it's just time to give us a script. Hand us a binder, we'll speak/teach out of the binder, instead of trying to personalize experiences and relate them to the kids. Yes, sometimes they are controversial. Yes, you cannot always relate every single thing to every single kid. But every year I tell the story of how my grandmother grew up in an orphanage because her father and her brother were murdered by the Turks in the Armenian genocide. And then I have an interesting other half of that story because my mom's side of the family is Jewish. I have relatives that grew up in Auschwitz. According to that last bullet point, I can't teach that. That bullet point says, unless everyone in that room has experienced it. I can't bring it forward. I would hope that you reconsider that policy and look to make some changes, and maybe even ask us for some feedback. Send us an email, and we'll help you, give you some bullet points that maybe we can incorporate into that policy. And I know many of these policies have good intentions, and sometimes what happens with these good intentions, you and I have these good intentions, and someone in the community takes it and twists it and uses it against us, and I don't want that to happen with this policy. Also, I was reading through the school committee agenda, the full packet, and as a little side note, I know there's some things about the grading policy in there, and I think many of us were hoping that things in the grading policy would change. We were led to believe when we left school at the end of the year, Matt, you correct me if I'm wrong, that possibly putting the D grade back in place at the high school in some manner or form. And I know we're the only high school, from what I understand, that doesn't have the D grade, and I believe we're the only school in the district that doesn't have the D grade. And I thought maybe that would change in this grading policy. And I don't see that anyway. Maybe it's happened and I missed it, but if it hasn't, I hope that the school committee does talk about it in the near future. And I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Those are the only names I have written down. Any others at this time? Okay. And so, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. So we're going to do a little bit of reordering of the agenda. As I mentioned, we do need to go back into executive, but we are going to move a couple items up. So, Ms. Amy, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, so can I make a motion to move up item
C5?
the cultural appropriation policy.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of moving it to be the next item, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and so we'll hit that one next. Ms. Lim, I'll turn over to you as the policy chair.
So I'll make a motion to discuss, please.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
So I'd like to thank you all for coming out to speak tonight. I'd also like to thank everybody who provided feedback. This policy should not have come through the way that it was, and I want to thank Mr. Sheehan for raising the concerns that he did last week. The overwhelming consensus from the feedback that we got from Dr. Duva was that there's a need for professional development in this area. And the concern is that the implementation of the policy as it is would put teachers at risk of violating it, and that's absolutely not what the intent was. It's a good reminder that it's not about the impact of that it is about the impact of what you do, not the intent. One piece of feedback that we got in particular really resonated with me. It said that for the majority of us, we can learn what not to do and then engage in conversations about how to do things better. And that ultimately we should teach with more freedom and not less. And that, like I said, really resonated with me because that's the purpose of putting this forward. We have had some instances where there has been harm caused to our students, but we need to make sure that that's not happening. And in order to do that, I think we need to give our teachers equity-focused professional development. They've asked for it in the feedback. They asked for it after the professional development in April, and it was a priority recommendation coming out of the audit. The consultants actually said that we should mandate it. And a lot of the things that we've been talking about tie back to professional development and cultural competency one way or the other. So how do we make this happen? As I said, I'm concerned about the harm that we continue to cause our students while we figure that out. And I really want to thank everybody who took the time to provide very specific, honest feedback as it relates to this policy. And I think, I'm going to ask that we pause this policy while we work through it. I would like to get much more specific feedback from teachers before we move it forward. So I'm going to make a motion to send this back to the policy subcommittee. And I'm also like to make a request to administration to provide us with a specific plan around equity-focused professional development.
I would do those as two separate.
Okay.
I think those are two separate issues. I think.
Yeah, and one's not on the
jump
agenda.
into
So
the
why don't we
conversation.
let's just do the policy now, and then we can always talk about professional development in a future.
Because I also think this policy, it's more than professional development, and we talked about it, and there's a lot of issues that the teachers are raising. And I think we need to really look at the policy, especially the questions. And I've thought more about this too after listening to what the teachers are saying. This policy does prohibit us even following our curriculum.
Oh, yeah, it needs to be.
So there's a lot in here I
It's
think we
gotta
need
go
to
back
pull
to
out.
scratch.
I
Yep.
understand the philosophy behind it.
Yep.
But that is, this policy I think is a separate issue to developing.
Yeah, two different things. Yep, I agree.
And that was the point I had raised,
Yep.
and I think is a good approach. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks.
Can I speak to the PD?
Well, it's not on, it's not, I don't think we can, but it's not on the
No,
agenda.
sorry.
so we
Okay.
don't
We'll pause that
We'll talk-
one.
we'll talk.
So there's a motion to send this policy back for further
Yeah, just
revision
to
to the
clarify,
policy
not this
subcommittee.
particular policy, but to
Second.
put this back, the subject back with the policy subcommittee.
Well, I would say you send this one back,
I mean, with
and
the
then
next-
it could. Well, I don't think it's an X, but I think it needs to be evolved.
Yeah.
And then I do think we've tried to get feedback from the teachers and the building administrators regarding it, and that we need more feedback, because I
Yeah.
think the intent is to make sure that we're, not harming children, but we also want to make sure that our educators feel heard in the process. And so I think that piece of it just needs to be fleshed out more, even though I thought we had given that opportunity to folks. So we just need to go
Yep.
back and try again, and would definitely be willing to hear feedback. So I would say,
And I would say too, if I could.
Yeah.
Madam
So-
Chair,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So do we have? You did a motion.
We did a motion.
Yep. So do you want a second?
Second,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Yep. All right.
And I agree. I think we can accomplish both goals.
Yep.
I don't think they're at odds.
Yep. Okay. So we have a motion and a second to send this back to policy for further revision and feedback from teachers and administration. Any further discussion on this one? Okay. Back to policy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. All right. Back to policy it goes. Thank you so much for the teachers for expressing that concern, and we will see a future version of this at a meeting once the policy subcommittee or advisory committee deems so. Okay. Dr. Duba, before we go back into executive, is there any other items that you would like us to move up on the agenda in the interest of folks that are here, et cetera?
The only other item I would say to move up that would not be discussed during executive session would be the discussion of the CIP, because we do have our Allison Jacobs here.
Yep, so I'd like to make a motion to move item A under unfinished business to be the next item on the agenda. Sure. Okay, all those in favor of moving it, please say aye. Okay, and so Dr. Duba will do that one next. So can we get a motion for that item?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
I'm sorry, was
Oh,
that?
No, we didn't have, the motion was approved, but we did
We just moved it.
move
So-
the second.
Okay, so we
Yeah.
can move ahead with that.
Yep, so we'll do that item right now. So the CIP, existing bond, future bond, giving us an update on the stage 2 application, and you can give us what you would like the school committee to consider as far as an approval.
Yeah, so just as far as the stage 2 application, we're moving forward. We are, where we need to be as far as the documentation, the designs, all of the requirements moving forward. There is a policy requirement about just being more energy efficient throughout the district, so I'm going to put that forward with a draft. We have a policy meeting coming up. We just need to show as part of the stage 2 application that we're working towards a policy for that, so I will share that, and I have a draft I need to work on for that. As far as other items, we're in good shape. We had another meeting today regarding the stage 2 application and everything that's in. We had a presentation from Perkins Eastman at our building committee meeting last week, and they were just providing us updates on the design of the building, the layout of the building. They talked about how we have good soil, so as far as through a structural engineering perspective, we have good soil, so there's no concerns with the foundation and structure. They went over landscaping of the site and also layout of the building. We had another meeting today just looking at classrooms. We have a design for classrooms that goes part of stage 2. And then what happens is then we'll have further conversations with the teachers at Whitford Middle just about the classrooms themselves as we develop those. So there'll be many conversations coming up with other stakeholders within the building. So we reviewed that. And then we also, at the building committee, reviewed the capital improvement plan as far as what we were bringing forward. So what you have in front of you tonight is the capital improvement plan. You'll see that there's 3 columns there to the CIP. The third column is what we've been discussing. I brought this forward to the building committee last week for them to approve, and they did approve of these projects being the projects of renovations district-wide. So it includes the elementary schools, Davisville Middle School, and as well as some renovations at the high school. So that document you have, if we look at that and just kind of explain the layout of this document that you have in front of you, it goes through the projects. You can see in column 1, are the projects with the initial estimates. Those were estimates from 2022. Column 2 are those same projects but with the updated estimates that we received in July. That's the difference between those 2 columns. I did get that heading changed that it was confusing because I said both were presented on the 510 meeting. But column 2 are those projects but with the updated estimates that we received from Rouse, along with the it's a TPO roof. Column 3, when you look at column 3, these are all of the capital improvement projects that we reviewed at the building committee that was voted on and approved to move forward to school committee. Looking at the roofs on page 1, we're recommending built-up roofs. They have a longer lifespan and warranty for the schools. Including in that is an infrared survey, so that way we can see if we can use any of the existing insulation, which will be a cost savings for us and will bring down the cost of the roofs. I want to point out for Hamilton, if you look at the Hamilton roof, that number is different from the past because it was, the number that was used was from a different year of projecting it, so it had the additional costs. So that is the correct amount for Hamilton for it to be constructed in 2026. So it is less than what was originally on there. On the next page.
Ken, just a question about the CIP, or sorry. So when I'm looking at this, is like, so say where it says 2026 and then it says Davisville Academy and then underneath that it says Hamilton, is it just, does that 2026 header go until you see the next year?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make
So
sure I
if
was
you
looking
look
at it
at the
correctly.
roofs, we're planning on
So in 2025.
we're doing the roof at the high school in 2025.
Yep.
In 2026, doing the roof for Davisville Academy in Hamilton. In 2027, doing the roof for Forest Park and Quidnesset. And then in 2028, doing the roof for Fishing Cove and Stony Lane.
Okay, thank you for
And
clarifying.
those amounts all include any inflation and contingency because
Yep.
they're done
When they're being
out
done.
in the 5-year
Yep.
plan.
Thank you.
Okay. The next section is the ADA upgrades. These we've talked about before. There are no changes under ADA. Do you want me to go through this? We've reviewed this before, but I can if you want me to.
Anyone want, for the ones that have no changes, do you want?
There's no changes.
Yeah.
Okay. The next section are the vestibules, the security vestibules that we'll be putting in the schools. And we have Davisville Academy there, Fishing Cove, Hamilton, Quidnesset, and Stony Lane. Do want to just point out, in case anyone looks at this and says, why, how come there's a difference with Quidnesset and Stony Lane? Layout seems pretty similar. Why is the cost different at Quidnesset? That cost is different because of the layout of the doors, and I don't know if you want to speak on that just to share with them. I know you shared that at the building committee for us.
Jim Partridge, Rouse Architects. With respect to the size of the vestibules, the security vestibules at Quidnesset, in terms of egress coming out of the cafetorium, we can only put the vestibule, the proposed vestibule, on the opposite side of the main corridor. That kind of splits the cafetorium from the rest of the building. Where in Stony Lane, we have more room to play relative to creating a bigger space, so therefore there's a difference in prices, is essentially that.
Isn't there a cafeteria right there as well, though?
Yeah, but in terms of the egress door location relative to the way it's in Quidnesset versus Stony Lane, it's slightly
It's a little
different.
different.
so they can actually exit into the main corridor before they even come to the vestibule going out of the building.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Ken, I had one question under
Yeah.
vestibules. There was something added for the forest park. It actually said it's a window. Was it put under vestibules just because there's nothing else for windows?
No, when this document was put together, actually should have came out. When this document was put together, vestibules and windows and doors were there, but windows and doors was priority 2. And so all of the priority 2 came out, that should have been removed. That was a priority 2.
It's actually still.
Actually, no, I'm
included,
sorry,
is it
no,
not?
you're right, I'm looking across. It's still there, so that was a priority 2, but there was a need
What
to
page
do.
are we on?
Yeah, she's on page 3.
Okay. Got it.
No, Forest Park, remove and replace failing window gaskets. That was a priority 2. That's why I said it wasn't included in priority 1s. But we looking
So
at
that
that. looking at
90,000.
Yeah, that 89,500 is in column 3 as something that we will be getting done at Forest, recommending to get done at Forest.
So that wasn't on it before, but now it is on,
Right,
and
it
that's
was
correct.
not-
The
yeah.
onness is correct.
The honest is
Okay,
that should be
that's-
the, yes,
that's
nope, I'm sorry.
What I need. No, that's okay. That
should
just
be
helps
there.
my brain.
So my question was, why was that one out of all of them picked? Like, that's the only window door. Well,
I'm trying to remember why we had.
Because it's failing.
It's really the only
That was-
school where the window gaskets actually fail.
okay.
Thank you.
So, Jim, the windows are okay, it's just the gaskets that need replacements.
But not until 2029. So they're like fine-ish.
We would replace them now if money was available. If $89,500 was available and there were no other priorities, they're due for replacement now.
Got it. Do you want to talk a little bit about how it got the 2029 designation then? Did we pick that? That wasn't you. You're giving me that. That wasn't me. Look.
Yeah.
It just seems like
Yeah,
failing.
I'm not-
Failing to me doesn't
Right.
seem like
And I
a.
agree, like that,
yeah.
that should be done, something that should be done sooner.
It's okay. Maybe just something to look
And
at.
that's something
and-
we can adjust
It's-
in the timeline
Yeah.
when we actually do it.
Yeah.
It's easy enough to adjust which year that gets
Yeah.
done versus something
And the
else.
sooner
Yeah,
we do
I mean,
it,
it
then
might
the
save
cost
us-
comes down as
Yeah.
well.
a little bit of money too because it has 2029 inflation built in. So maybe we could just take a look at that and adjust it if it's something that is Mike would like to do right now if we had $89,000.
And I also wonder if because in another version there was other window and door work, it could have been part of a larger
Yeah.
project that was happening
Yeah.
in year 5.
No, I don't. It's fine. I just think like something to look at.
Yeah, and that's something that's
Most
something
likely,
that we.
you're right, Mike, it probably was bundled with other
Mhm.
window projects, and they were all falling in the 2029.
Thank you. Other questions or clarifications or changes that you want the community to be aware of, Ken?
Just the next section, fire alarm, that is the same. Then we get into the HVAC. So you can see that with HVAC, we did have recommendations in there for air conditioning for all of the buildings. That was part of the priority 1. You can see that's there in column 2 in that salmon color. Anything in salmon we removed as a recommendation to move forward with based on cost and prioritizing other needs throughout the district. So at Davisville Academy, we have the HVC getting done minus the air conditioning for that building.
Just to clarify, and my apologies that I wasn't able to make the building subcommittee. I had a family commitment that I had to go to. Was the recommendation to not include that presented from the administration to the building advisory committee, or was it made by the building advisory
It would be
committee?
presented to the building
Okay,
advisory.
and I know they accepted that, but I just was curious if
No,
it
we
came
did.
from
We were just
them or if
looking
it
at
came from
getting
you all.
the AC time of year. There are other.
No, that's
items
okay. I
that
was just curious.
More important of getting done. So that,
Yep.
that was the
Thank
reason
you
for that.
for that clarification.
And then next, Davisville Middle School, we are keeping the AC cooling at Davisville Middle School just because of the makeup of the building. We know that's a need there, looking at the structure of that building. And we have proposed with the middle school to have air conditioning as well, so they're both receiving it. The BMS that's here.
Sorry, Ken, just one clarification on that. Does that mean all of Davisville Middle School will have air conditioning?
That would include all of Davisville.
Like every
Including
single.
the gym? Does that include the gymnasium?
It says gymnasium HVAC handling
think
unit,
so,
so I
yeah.
assumed.
Well,
Yeah.
I
New
just
units will
want, it
have
says
cooling and
classroom. It says classroom cooling, so
But then
that's
M9
No,
has.
M9 might.
Yep.
I only just asked because as we're thinking about equity between the new building and the not new building, like just to have me understand that it's
Sure.
all of the middle school will have air
And
conditioning.
we have remove, replace air handling units in the building.
Okay.
Standalone controls provided through the new BMS of building management. So that was not a priority one, but based on the work we're doing, we are recommending for the building management 'cause it's going to be more efficient for the buildings.
Yeah, and that's
So
the
that's-
system that allows you to control different areas, and if it's
Yes.
sunny on one side, okay, yeah.
It's also a priority of Rhode Island Energy.
I
so
can imagine,
They're
yeah.
starting to really incentivize that, which is another
We love incentives.
key reason to have this in here is there are already projects happening across the state where significant, more than 3/4 of that cost is being picked up by them. So couple that with our reimbursement and that number can reduce significantly.
The next school for HVAC upgrades is Fishing Cove, and you can see that we did remove the air conditioning from there as well.
But just to
The
clarify,
BMS is included.
we're not removing the window units that are there.
No.
So there's
No,
still
they'll have
window air conditioning unit, we're just not replacing it with a central
Yes.
type system.
PKers, yeah. Yeah,
And there are
it's
some
in the-
needs there with the AC units need to be in there for student needs as well. Similar at Forest Park, updating the heating and ventilation minus the AC, including a new building management system. Hamilton is the same. The high school, this here does, high school already has a building management system, so that's why that's not included there. This does remove portable AC in the IT room, the dedicated heat pump split unit with outdoor air connection for the gymnasium, laundry room. It says install VRF systems throughout multiple first, second, third floor spaces. And that was removed as well. Quinessett, similar, where the AC is removed, but the heating and ventilation is in there along with the building management system. Sterling Lane, updating the heating ventilation, including building management, but removes the additional AC.
So who's getting the new, like the new AC, just Davisville Middle?
Just Davisville Middle
Okay.
School. The next section is interior and plumbing upgrades. So at Davisville Middle School, you'll see there are additional items in here that weren't in the original priority one. These are the renovations that are being recommended for Davisville Middle School for upgrades, for educational enhancements, as well as health and safety. For the building, these recommendations came from principal and staff, as well as meetings we've had with RIDE. So the first one that says not included as a new item is the remove and replace the gymnasium operable panel wall system. That's the divider within the gymnasium. Also to replace the operable classroom walls, to put permanent walls in place in some of the in the classrooms that have that. To provide a conference room within the existing main office and clinic. So that whole main office will be redone, so that way the building has a conference room that will be within that space. The first floor lockers were not replaced, so that would be to remove and replace the first floor student lockers. And then
Sorry, what page are you on, Ken?
I am on page 8, the bottom of page 8, under interior and plumbing upgrades.
Thank you.
Oh,
I just,
okay.
I see, okay, there we go, thank you.
And then to renovate the existing media center, so that way we can renovate it be a 21st century learning center as educational enhancement for all students in the building, and that would also include adjacent offices that are needed for guidance, social workers, school psychologists, that they don't have because we had to take storage closet spaces to make into office spaces, which you know is not ideal, and then that would give storage spaces back to the school. And then I did skip the bathrooms, so removing and replacing plumbing fixtures throughout the bathrooms of Davisville Middle School.
On the Davisville Middle School, on the media center, with adding the 5 additional offices, does that mean that we'll be expanding the building?
With the-
Like, are we taking space
No,
from
so
the
we're
media center and
taking-
actually making it smaller?
So there's already office space in there. It would be
Reconfiguring
reorganizing
that space
how
in the
that
back.
is and making it to be more efficient and better use.
So not decreasing what the students have available.
No, so what the idea would be is that those office spaces would be on the outside of it. So the media center would kind of, the space towards the back, which is all office space, that area would become part of the media space, and then on the outskirts you would have the office space. That way-
Outskirts like hallway or outskirts like windows?
Couple of the, right
Prob-
now, sorry.
Well, I would recommend the hallways because we don't want to have the kids walk through the media center to go to
They-
see the social worker. So I think we'd have to look at that.
So right now, the preliminary that I laid out, basically the media center stays at the main corridor end where it is now. And behind that, there were some offices and there was like a copy room.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had the room that has the projector screen or whatever
Mhm.
for the
Media
media
session.
center
Yeah.
auditorium. So basically, I left the media center up front where it was, and I took that back space where those office and copy space was, and rearranged that into the guidance with a couple of guidance offices. The library office went back in, and then the more mental health offices were on the outside with the natural light.
Mhm.
But we can definitely look at that. You know, it all fits within the space you
Yeah.
have. There's no additional building needed for the school.
Perfect, thank
So
you.
it all works. But
Yeah,
we can
look at the
definitely
layout
look at.
just because concerns that were brought forward
Sure.
with those office spaces that were
Sure.
being used by students that might have been receiving services. They have to
Uh-huh.
go through the
Yeah.
library to get there.
They wouldn't have to go through the library.
Okay.
The way that I
We
have
can
it.
look at it. We
But
look
we
at the
can definitely
design.
relay it out however you want it to work. You know,
So-
it was just kind of a preliminary so we could see, can we fit media center and these 5
Mhm.
offices that RIDE would really like us to see in that space,
It's
and we
kind-
could.
It's kind of, if I understand it correctly, it's like taking the media center where the offices are now, making that a wall, taking the, what was the copy room, it's no longer the copy room, it's actually now, I believe,
Like-
social work office,
Yeah.
turning that almost into the hallway, and instead of having the offices go through the media center,
Correct.
you're going through that way and coming this way.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, that makes
Pretty
sense.
much.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, just a clarification. So this CIP program, is this entirely going to be funded through the bond issue, or is it a combination of bond and regular expenditures?
So can I answer that question after I
At the end.
go through all this?
Sure, and one
'Cause it
last
will be
question
a combination.
related to this specific item. This was also, this was listed as a priority one, the library and media center
Mhm.
improvement.
No, certainly not.
that was
Just
not
clarification.
part of the priority.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you just explain to me what the gymnasium operable panel wall system?
Divider.
Yeah, it's the divider that comes out in between.
But like,
the-
what's, like it's broken, what's the?
Mine, it doesn't work and they need it replaced.
Okay.
So,
But that was not on the initial CIP list.
That was,
It was on the,
was
it was
somewhere
on,
there?
yeah, it was on a version that may have not gotten here. So we had, before there was the CIP list, it was a facilities condition assessment. It would have been on the FCA.
yeah,
It would have been on
I
that
mean, it's
document.
gross, we can, like, a civilian can notice that. I guess my question is it negatively impacting us to have it just sit there? Like, do we need one that works? Like, what is the educational benefit of having one that works? Does the other one not work at all? Is it worth $600,000 in the world where we have a lot of needs and a lot of things? You know, like I totally get that it's old and that it's probably annoying and it might, you know, but so I think that is an area of concern for me, especially in not being a priority one and one that, you know, doesn't seem, it's a big number for what we're getting, I think.
And I believe that was did that recommendation come from the school?
It did.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you could just, you know, I think, I get why they put it on, but I also, that number is quite significant for something that probably could just stay closed for a couple more years and not negatively impact students in a huge way. Just
Okay.
something
It would
to think about.
stay not out. It would stay.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. That's what I meant, not like closed. I meant closed, not
Gotcha.
closed.
And Ken, just a clarification one more time, and since this is the budgetary issue, then you'll be asking the school committee to approve of this revised programming.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You'll be asking the school committee to approve this revised programming?
So tonight I'm asking
Yeah.
for approval
Right,
of this.
thank you.
Any other questions or clarifications? Dr. Duva?
The Davisville Academy is on there. That was included in there. And then the last page has the additional of the classroom walls. So if you look at Fishing Cove, we heard this as a concern, so we wanted to be able to bring that forward as part of this plan, so that under Fishing Cove it's provide and install the gypsum wall assemblies, doors, and all associated HVAC, electrical work, firework, all of that is included within that price, and that's to add walls at Fishing Cove on the side of the building that's open classrooms.
Oops, I'm sorry, I have one more question on
Yeah.
Davisville. The plumbing that was added, like the $1 million worth of plumbing, that was not on the original list either. Can you just explain a little more about that?
What page are you on to?
I'm not on page.
Page 8.
Okay.
Those are the bathroom upgrades.
P1, remove and replace plumbing and
Yeah.
fixtures.
And I think, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, P1 and A18 kind of go hand in hand, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
So I think one of them is plumbing, and then one of them is the rest of the stuff in the bathroom. So P1 and A18 are essentially just bathroom upgrades. They're upgrading the existing bathrooms. Is it a full down to the studs?
Pretty much.
Those weren't a priority one either, though, were they?
They were not.
No,
That-
but they were in the assessment that we
So,
did.
so they were in the facility condition assessment. Yep.
So that's where it says like number 5, interior priority 2, and number 6, plumbing upgrades priority 1. Is that what that is saying?
Number 5 and number 6.
See the gray?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was just how we ordered them. So priority 5, and those aren't 5 and 6 are not priority numbers. They're just the 1 was roofs. I think 2 was ADA. So that's just the
No,
5th
sorry,
and 6th.
I actually wasn't talking about those two. Sorry. Interior priority 2, plumbing upgrade priority 1. Is the interior the priority? That's what Jen's talking about right
I see
now.
what you're
Oh,
saying.
yes, yeah, so those.
It's a priority 2.
So
is
that
what we're
is
saying.
that's kind of a key for
That's
back
what- right,
to
but I
your
just wanted to-
priority 1 and priority 2 lists.
So
Yes,
I think
correct.
my question was like, this
But-
was not on the 5-year capital plan, like the $100 million one. Those were not on that. Those two things. So like they.
It would have been on the other
That
one,
would've been
though.
in the faci-
That
when
was-
you say the $100 million one, you're talking the facility condition assessment.
The 5-year CIP, the one that was $100 million that was put through like at the end of November. That then we pulled stuff out and put on the bond. Like they
That
were.
was not on
It was listed, yes, it was listed in these, which was from then.
Is that the FCA?
Yes,
So I think the FCA may have then got whittled down.
it did,
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
priority 1 and priority 2 list.
Okay, so that was
Yes.
the cut then, from the FCI to the
Yes,
CIP. So
correct.
only 1 and 2 made the CIP.
Yeah,
list.
because
Okay.
this includes every deficiency
Yeah, every
you
single
have
one.
in every
Yep.
single
Okay.
school.
So that was my, so these were added, but they were not priority 1 or priority 2. Is that
No,
correct?
if you can look
Correct.
at, can I see that?
Correct, no, it's not, it was not included in that list in May for priority 1, it was
'Cause-
not. But we found that it is a need for that school,
Oh, yeah, no, I'm
especially
not
with-
saying it's
okay.
not a need, I'm just trying to like.
Yeah, it
like,
was not in
appeared,
the-
but it had not been on the list in the beginning, so I'm
It was
just trying to
not,
like.
it was not in your priority 1 list in the
Okay.
beginning, no.
Because it's not a priority 1. It's
No.
priority 2.
It,
But
yeah.
And then the last 2 items that are on here that are new, we're over Fishing Cove. The,
just one question about the walls in Fishing Cove. Do we lose any classroom space by putting those in? Like, are we gonna like have a smaller footprint
No.
for those courses? No, it's okay. It'll be fine.
The operable wall location is exactly where the new wall would go.
Yep.
The new wall would be slightly thicker, but not by a lot.
Okay.
could we also gain space though, as well? So I think in the other buildings like Quinnesset and Stony Lane, you may actually gain
Quinn,
some space.
I think in Quinn and Stony Lane, you might, but in Fishing Cove, if I remember correctly, like they're super organized, for lack of a better word, like they're straight lines, and so that
I
makes
think
sense to
they're
me that
pretty
you
much
wouldn't
one
lose
for
anything,
one.
but you might not gain anything.
All right,
I
so I
think
just
you're
know in the
one
other
for
buildings, we could actually gain more classroom space.
Well, we're not doing those, so
But
those are not.
the Quinn and Stony Lane,
They are on.
They
we
are
did put
listed.
them on there because that was something that was
exciting.
requested, so we
It
did
was.
put that through there.
That's
So,
exciting.
so if you look at
Haven't gotten there yet.
Quidness, if you look at page 11,
Yeah.
we do have that on for Quidness to
Got
provide
it.
install gypsum wall assemblies, diverse all associated HVAC, electrical, and include fire
Got it.
for $2.9 million, and then Stony Lane similar
Mhm.
for 3.4.
Thank you.
And I think it's also important to point out that some of these recommendations, you know, we've had multiple meetings with RIDE, and they asked us, that they pushed on us. They asked us to go back and bring forward more educational.
Yeah, like more direct
Educational-
educational improvements.
That,
Yeah.
and they also, they know we have 2 middle schools, and if you have one middle school that has brand new everything, what are you doing for the other middle school? So that was where the request went to the school, what are your
Mhm.
priorities? And that's kind of where some of the priorities, or I think all the priorities at the Hinsdale Middle School came from.
The administration there.
Yeah, the administration there, which I think came from feedback from their teachers, but also RIDE pushing us to make sure that we are having 2 schools that our kids have similar experiences in.
Anything else, Ken, that you want to point out
No,
on this?
that's-
Because I have a similar question to what Jim wanted to
Yeah,
talk
no,
about.
that's all there. And then just to be able to talk about the funding, so when you look at column 3, which is being recommended, that total for those projects is $64,213,700. We, in looking at the bond funds that we have identified $60,130,430. The reason why we're putting forward more projects that go over that budget is because
For the reimbursement.
so reimbursement. So if we don't put these projects in this plan and we find out, oh, we have funding because items came in less, roofs came in less, we had other reimbursements, we had
Rebates on solar.
solar rebates. We also have money within our fund reserve if we have a surplus one year. All of that is revolving funds that we can use. And if we are able to, we want to do these projects. By putting it forward within the stage application, having RIDE approval, we also get approved for the reimbursements on top of that. So that's why we are going over by the $4 million. And if you look at that $4 million, I was kind of looking at different projects, and all it does it would include the walls. So we wouldn't be able to do the walls in all 3 of those buildings, but we could. Or might be another project as well. Let's wait on that. But I think we need to kind of be certain on what projects we are doing and what are those secondary projects, and just looking at the amounts and all and projects as a whole. I would say that the walls at the schools would be the secondary, depending on the funding that we have to move forward to do.
What's your thought process on that, especially with RIDE coming, saying that they want to make sure that our plan is solid educational enhancements?
Because we are doing some educational enhancements, right, in some buildings, but we also, once we start looking at doing the roofs, the HVAC, the security vestibules, those are all large chunks.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would
I'd
say
rather see
don't
walls
do that.
than
So,
bathrooms, though. Like, the bathrooms are gross, for sure, but like, they're still functional, whereas I think the walls at those 2 schools have a negative impact on students. So that's my personal perspective, is that if we had to find $4 million, like, I would deprioritize the lockers and the bathrooms before I would do the walls, just because of the educational impact.
that does
personally.
impact what renovations we do at Davidson Middle School, and if we're trying to make sure that we're looking at the needs of both schools. I think that's just why we're trying to
Yep.
look at where those
No, I hear you. I just
and what schools.
And the other thing to consider tonight is,
bless you.
once this document, however it is approved, this is what the architects start working on later tonight, because they're looking at our next school committee meeting, as that's when they're presenting the stage 2.
Mhm.
So to them, it doesn't matter if the walls may or may not get done. For the architects, what's important is knowing the projects that they have got to put pencil to paper,
Yep.
because they've got to create drawings for all these. So whether the walls may or may not happen, the fact that we're submitting it is the most important. The order in which it gets done, that can be debated for if the bond is approved in November, that can be debated you know,
Mhm.
I wouldn't move
Well,
around the
I think for me,
25
I
days.
I would
want
say I think we need
transparency
to-
for the voters,
Well,
so
that's
I
what-
totally
well,
understand,
And-
like,
and we have time for
Yeah, no,
transparency
no,
for
I
the voters,
understand.
but I just don't want us
you're
to get
saying
hung
please
up
vote on
tonight.
this today, and
Yes.
then we can talk about what we
Yes.
put forward to the voters
Exactly.
later. I understand that
Exactly.
sentiment. I just wanna, I think we need to have that on our next meeting, Ken, just to really clarify that, cause I don't want people to think like, oh, if I vote yes for this bond, Stony Lane's getting walls, and then that not be the case, like that's
and
not
and then
acceptable,
we talk
and
about
so,
the building committee as
yeah.
well, like we
Yep.
need to be clear as to
yeah,
what
so we
is
can have that
definitely
conversation.
getting done and what would be getting done if we have additional
Yeah.
funds.
So the question that is posed to the committee today is, do you approve of this list?
Yes, of
Period.
three.
And so,
I just want to circle back here to something Mike said about like Ryan wanting to make sure that we're like providing like similar experiences at Davisville and Whitford. I don't think that that is the case because we're building a brand new school and we're putting in a library and some bathrooms at Davisville. And I just want to be abundantly clear on that.
there's gonna be deficiencies, yeah.
Because like no matter what we're doing, it is not going to be the same educational experience. So, you know,
And we're also replacing walls, which was a request that came from the teachers. There are those movable walls, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's not.
it's not this.
But it is an enhancement. It is an improvement. So we are.
As someone who went to school with those walls, I don't know if 90% of those kids know that those walls move. Like they're pretty solid.
Well, so I don't think it's about the movement. I think it's about the Jim. There's a letter combination.
Sound trans.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying you can't hear. It's not the same as going to Quid. They're pretty solid, is what I'm saying. I don't think that's going to have a huge educational impact. Personally.
That's from the people in the classroom.
Yeah.
That's not from me.
Yeah.
That didn't come from me. That's coming from the people in the classroom.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done on that building, is what I keep trying to say.
So-
Right,
oh.
exactly. And I'm also hearing like educational enhancement, and then I'm seeing bathrooms. Like, so I'm hearing a lot of things that are not all aligning.
But I also think it's important that the bathroom, we're hearing that the bathrooms need to be updated and.
Agreed,
That's-
but that's not an educational enhancement.
No.
Like,
But it's also, but it's
they're
health and
gross,
safety.
and they need to be fixed.
But I think when you
It's
look
health and
at,
safety
there's
and
different
it's-
areas, there's health and safety in areas, and that's
Yeah.
what I first started with saying, like, there's education enhancements and there's health and safety.
Right.
And Ryan's gonna support both.
Right.
What they pushed us on was the library, right? They're saying we wanna see that. So, and they were very happy with the plan when we shared this with them the last time. So
Mhm.
they didn't have concerns with bringing, but they said they wanted to see,
Mhm.
well, they'd like to see more.
I would say too, I think all of these are educational enhancements. Like if you don't have heat, you're not learning. Like if your
It's all
HVAC goes
part of
down,
it.
you know, like
It's
so I
all
know what Ryan's saying, but I also think having strong buildings that we're able to teach well in that's the base. One thing I do think that we need to kind of just think about is the fact that with this plan, like with this isn't even close to what we need to do for some of the facilities, and we'll still have educational inequities in a lot of the buildings. We still will have not all the elementary schools will
We
be the
have walls,
same.
we don't have a gym in one of them.
Yeah,
Like
two.
it definitely,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff not
And
not
I-
even in this.
And I echo what you both said about being abundantly clear with, I don't want the perception to be that voting for this means that, schools are getting
We'll be very
walls.
clear
Yeah.
what
Yes,
work is going to be getting done.
yeah.
All right, so we'll have that. Could you bring that to the next school committee meeting of like what your recommendations are for us? Because again, I understand we need to approve it today, but I do want to say like if we end up having the money, this is what would then get done. If we didn't end up having money, this is what would not get done, like based on this list.
Jim, do you remember offhand? Put you on the spot. BMS, was that about 3 to 3.5 million all in? So and
I mean, you're talking that versus what 70?
well, but what I'm going to say is there are massive reimbursements right now to the point that I know a school is doing a project. If it was of the similar, they're getting $3 million of that back. So if we are fortunate enough to fall in that same situation, and that money gets applied back to this, you're now not looking for 4. You're only looking for 1. So there, and I know we've been talking with the Perkins team, which isn't these guys, but about the solar, solar rebates, solar incentives. So we're doing everything we can with the bond in its entirety to maximize incentives and rebates to help us pay for some of these other projects. But again, I was just like you at the building committee meeting saying, I think we need to be very clear about kind of the first 4 out to quote NCAA basketball March Madness.
Ken, my issue here is we've already voted on this one time, and I understand obviously there would be changes according to more recent estimates. Things go up and we can't control inflation, right? It's coming down though, 2.9%, I guess. So, but then there's this kind of trying to cast a larger net in capturing maybe rebates or some other type of incentive in place here. But we've gone from, and I'll start with, as a baseline, not the initial request that we approved of as a school committee, but the new estimates at $53 million are rounded to $64 million, again rounding, which is about $11 million hike overall. My concern is, and we're talking about people understanding, and I think if we're not very transparent and kind of give the appearance that we're not really sure what we're putting forward, we maybe end up in a situation where the voters may not entrust us with these decisions to these capital improvements. That's why it's already been represented in the newspaper as priority 1 improvements, capital improvement, priority 1. So we've said now that there's priority 2 now on here, and we're going to change this. And how does this affect the bond issue? But I mean, it might not affect it as much if there are reimbursement incentives. But then again, we went from $53 million updated estimates up by $11 million. Not a small percentage based on the baseline, and I gave you the benefit of the doubt of the increased estimates. I'm very leery of doing that. People have asked me what's in that. Well, what we approved at the school committee level were priority, exactly your wording, exactly your list, priority 1 capital improvements. I think they're very willing to do that. When we start adding other things and taking other things out, we look like we're playing a shell game. And I think that could breed mistrust in terms of what we're doing here. And I'm very concerned about that. Could you tell me just of the $64 million we have here, how does that affect the overall bond issue? Or are you envisioning perhaps we're going to take some of these off and maybe do them off budget instead of off the bond?
So there would be $4 million that would not come from the bonds, right? And that's what I was saying. So
They will
so
either
it's
not get
over,
done
it'd
or
be
get
$4
funded
million.
in a different
Right,
way.
it would get, and that's what I'm saying. It would get funded through reimbursements that we're receiving. It would get funded through surplus that we may have in the school department from year to year.
Or it won't be done.
Any.
But you're talking about $60 million as the bottom line, as opposed to what we initially had with increases of new estimates of $53 million. I think people,
Right,
I'm
so
just saying people
we-
like
so
to
the-
see lower
60,
numbers.
The way from-
initially with the bond.
Right, so
Yeah,
with
that's
the
why it's only
bond,
$4
it's
million.
60 million, right? And so we were going up to the 60 million of what we can do. So the difference between the 53 and the 64, like we have the building BMS in there, right? That wasn't there as a priority 1. But if we're going to update the
Yes,
heating and
keep it on.
ventilation of all the buildings, it makes sense for, as stewards of the schools and for the town, to be more efficient, to have the BMS included. That's another addition that's in there, right? So that's where that cost is coming from, as well as additional costs with putting in the walls of the
The
schools.
walls were over, how much is that? Over $1 million.
The walls are
Per.
close to, so you got 4, 5, 6, 7, you're about $9 million for.
So
adding
that's
walls
an
in
add
various
back
schools.
into our original estimate, basically, where we didn't include it before, now we're including it now.
But other things have been removed.
I was gonna say, and if I may,
What was that?
Yeah.
because I think when we
It
came
was
in,
one school was 3 million, the other was.
Then you have to
I'm
add-
doing like real quick math right now in my
It's
head.
Fish and Cove
So
too.
Stony Lane was 3.4
Just-
million.
It's Fish and Cove too.
Yeah.
The
the three.
Quinnesset is 3 million, so that's, let's say 6.5, and then you have Fishing Cove, which is 1.8.
Did-
I think the
I
night,
hear you.
I think the
Did we
night-
represent the priority ones to the town council prior to their requesting a bond on our behalf as priority
Well,
1 capital improvements?
And if I may, I think that's where we might have had a little bit of confusion, because I think when we came into that night, we came in with roughly $77 million for middle school, $40 million for capital improvements, and then $20 million from DMS. And then I think by the end of the night, it changed to $77 million for the middle school and $60 for capital to include DMS. So I think when we were initially coming in, we were at like around the $40 million for capital, and then there was an unknown for DMS.
But
Do you-
in that
do you-
tier, we were 77.
77 and 60.
Yeah, and
Right.
60, that's what it was when
Yes.
it left
And
here.
that's the-
In the
that's
list
the
that we,
60.
in the list that came forward
Yeah.
that night, only had 46 on it, and we were, I
But
don't
we
wanna say
knew.
the rest, but we knew that there were
Yeah.
additional expenses
Going
coming for
towards
DMS.
DMS. And now it's all combined
Now
with
it's all
60
one.
million.
So I feel like we were
with it
transparent.
here,
I personally feel like we were transparent to the town council because we went in with the 70-60 split, $70 million for the new Wicker Middle School, 60 for the rest. And then what I'm hearing from Ken, and I agree and support, is we want to have a number that is a little bit higher than that, just in case, because we don't know what's going to happen, reimbursements, different things. And if it's not on this list, it's not getting the 35% reimbursement from the state. And so I think what I was trying to say, Jim, and I think we're on the same page, is like what I'm asking is for, if we approve this tonight, then the administration come back with a list of saying, hey, this is the list with the 60 million. This is the 4 million that we would recommend being the last things that get done on this list, but I personally don't think it should be last on first off. Like I know we put the walls on last, but I want the administration to consider all the things on here and think about what would be those last 4 million if we are unable to fund those. Because we're not asking for more money, we're not saying we must do these, we're just putting it on here so we can get the 35% reimbursement from the state. Because if it's not on here, it's not.
No, I'm just recalling in my head, and maybe I was mistaken in my recollection, is that when we presented, I think it was you, Ken, what type of capital improvements we're talking about in front of the council in a public meeting, that we had referenced actually these many things, roofs, electrical, and other things, but we hadn't referenced, like, for example, the walls. Which is
And we do have town council representation on the building committee. Ken Page sits on that and understood and supported these
And the town
changes.
manager.
The town manager is there as well. So I think we're okay there because we have.
We've also, previous to you joining,
Participation
we
from-
went to the town council with the full list. Like, they've seen the full CIP presented to them prior to our meetings. They've seen the facility, like, they've had a lot of information about the full need, which is not even close to this list as well. So
Right,
they
but
have, we've been
what they
very
actually
transparent
voted on
about
was
that.
based upon the representation of the 77 million, based on these capital improvements that we presented in a public forum. That was my concern, is that we're kind of, that's gonna be a different, that's a tactical change in terms of what we're doing, if we're able to do it. Again, that would be the full million ladder, but I think that's gonna be something that is gonna be crystal clear, otherwise people are gonna think perhaps it was a bait and switch.
Right. No, we do have representation from town council on our building committee who participates in this and has been part of all these conversations too. So.
And that's why I really like this document too, because it shows where we were in May, where we were in July, and where we are now, because you can really follow what came off, what came on for full transparency. Like, I think this document's actually very helpful for that. Something that I do think we need to work through as far as transparency is we are putting a lot of investments into Davis Hill Academy. And I know that we run a fairly small program there as far as numbers of students. And then also, I know our goal is to leave this building and move over there. So I think just being really clear about like the space usage of that school, how much of that building we're utilizing, what our future plans might be for that facility, because I do think that the district should keep it. I think we should keep it up. But also I think we need to make sure that the citizens in the town understand our utilization of that building, because I don't want the narrative to be, oh, there's only X amount of students at that facility, why are we spending so much money on it? I think it's a good investment for our district.
Yeah,
but I think trying to help having people understand that is really important.
Are we gonna make it clear to people that that extra 4 million, what that would be appropriated for, if we had the money available to reimbursements and incentives?
So, yes,
How clear?
but I think there also needs to be an understanding is that through the 5 years, if something changes,
Yeah,
if we say X is not, it's only going to be done if there's enough money. But as we go through this process, X is failing even more than something else. We might need to shift and say X is getting done. Right? We got to know. We said that at the building committee meeting as well, because that was asked. Are you going to, we want to make sure, we want to be transparent. We want to put out there, here are the projects, but also understand you got to trust us in this process. That if we're saying we're going to do X, if there's enough money, but something fails and it needs to get done, we might have to make a switch of a project getting done to make
We don't
sure.
want to repeat history, because I think that was one of the complaints that I had, if I'm recalling correctly, heard about the last proposal that we had, was they weren't sure. It was kind of like things had shifted and they weren't sure where the money was going. Then it undercut the faith in this body to perform its duties.
All right, any other questions or comments on this right now? We also are just in a motion to discuss. We would need a motion to approve if the committee wanted to do so. I'm comfortable approving this today. I would like to say that I am still extremely concerned about the inequities at the elementary school level. I think it is impacting students' education, not having cafeterias and gyms for 2 of our schools. Is that correct? And I know that those aren't on this list, but I just wanted for the record to show that I'm still concerned about that. And I think we need to think about that as a district on how, obviously it's not going to be in this bond, but thinking about, working through a plan to try to get our facilities and our buildings to better represent each other, so that our students are getting similar experiences across the board. But I'm willing to support this today.
Agreeing with that, I will make a motion to approve this revised CIP plan.
Yeah, second. Further discussion?
Yes, please. I'm obviously trying to work with the committee on this. It just looks like we're revising an original vote and kind of reconsidering it. I understand the reasons why. For that reason, I intend to abstain and won't block, but I won't support on this particular vote. And then I'll see how it fleshes out later on for my support.
Just to clarify, is there missing information, Jim, that you don't have?
Well, we originally voted on, again, the priority one. I thought that was a reasonable thing that we could, I'll put in quotes, sell to the voting public, that we presented in the
Was
newspapers.
that exactly what, I'm not remembering exactly how Jim is, but I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
the priority one, and I think that's how it went out to the media and the school, it's gonna be town council.
So we had
Yes.
a list of priority 1s and priority 2s,
Yeah.
and we chose to put all the priority 1s forward.
Yeah.
And that's why it's in column 2 and 1. So it just looks like we're reconsidering a vote that we've already established, and I might add by 2 additional members who weren't able to be here tonight. So with that, I'll abstain.
All
Go
right,
hard
any
to
further
say.
discussion?
Just to be clear though, there were priority 2s and 3s on the original
Yeah.
list.
100%.
Approved.
But we voted 3 to 2 in support of column 1 and column 2 as a committee establishing bonds.
But I think what Jen's saying is,
We're reconsidering the policy vote is what we're doing, and that's why I'm just voicing concern. I am not voting against it, I'm just abstaining.
I just want to clarify for the record though, that some of the figures
in column
in
1
column 1
are not just priority ones.
Well, 2 things. One, when we voted on the original 46,650
Yeah.
number, it did not just contain priority 1 numbers. It included priority 2s and priority 3s and 4s.
Right. Well, we had 2 documents, and I have it here in front of me. I can grab and make copies. And we said we have priority 1 upgrades and priority 2. Those were prioritized by us. It wasn't the priority 1, 2, 3s from the facility assessment.
It was a recommendation.
Yeah.
Right, it was our recommendation. We said these are our priority ones of what's there, and it listed roofs for the roofs. It had the ADA upgrades. It had the security vestibules, because I don't think security vestibules were even on there. If we go back through the facilities assessment, fire alarm replacement, HVAC, AC upgrades, electrical upgrades, building envelope interior, and plumbing upgrades. Those were all in our
Right.
what we put forward saying these are priority ones.
So, but they weren't all tier priority.
They were
No.
No, they
not all.
weren't the document, it was
Since
what they
then,
were.
also,
Yep.
there have been, on those existing products, price increases based on new estimates. So
Yes.
even if we hadn't changed a project, we
Yeah.
still would have had to approve.
We'd have to revise what we
We'd
had.
have
Because
to
in
revise.
July,
No,
we
yeah.
got the
That's understandable,
Yeah.
but what I'm asking is this looks to be a policy shift in terms of priorities, not that the price went up from 46 to $53 million.
It's a little
That's
bit of both.
understandable.
It's a little bit of both, because we're also talking about something that I think is a correct decision to make from the recommendation from the administration is the BMS controls as well as the different roofs. So the original plan that we had seen had the roofs that had the less
The
life
TPO
years and the
of
less
it.
warranties. This is, I think, a better investment to the district. And so I feel like the administration was really transparent with us in May. I think that they listened to us and the community and the teachers and administrators about how to revise and move forward this project. And I think this is kind of just how the process works as you're working through something like this, especially under a tight time frame. But also, I think the number that we approved is not changing. It's just shifting around and reevaluating
Well, I'm
what
not
we're
saying,
putting in that
I've never
stage two
said the number
application.
has changed. A 60
Yeah.
is a 60, right? Except if it goes
It
to
is.
64. 60 is a 60. I'm just saying the priorities that were presented as a recommendation, they called it priority one, are now being revised for various reasons. I'm not comfortable with the fact that it looks, obviously the reasons increased by about $11 million. If it were the same number, if it was 53 and 53, and you change some of the expenses there, I don't think that's as problematic perhaps. But we did present to the the town council in that fashion. I just don't want it there to be a misunderstanding. That's why, as I said, I'm just being cautious on it.
I just want to clarify one more thing. This was brought to us at the last school committee meeting without a distinction between what had changed and what hadn't, and it had not been voted on by the building subcommittee. So we as a committee asked you all to bring it to the building committee where they approved it, and now it's come back to us
As a recommendation.
As a recommendation.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I think that's an important piece of it, and also important to showcase the piece. I also think, again, we're not asking for any additional money, and I actually think that this is a better, more thought out plan, and also taking into consideration the feedback that we got from RIDE, which is really important, I think, because they ultimately are the ones that are going to be accepting the thing. So it's not just like the administration changed their mind. They've had meetings, they've worked with RIDE gave them feedback, they've listened to the teachers and the administrators, and I believe that this is a better, stronger plan than we originally had in May. And I hear you, Jim, but I also don't think that what you're saying to me would sway me approving it by any means. And so
No, I'm just saying
still in
that
support.
what we already presented in the media with the town council is, I'm just a little concerned of the transition here, that's all. And yes, there are a couple members on the subcommittee, which is edifying.
Yeah, great. All right, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Okay, any opposed?
Same?
Okay, so motion carries. Rouse, have fun. Thank you so much for your work for the district. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to need to go back into executive session, and so we want to do that now in the interest of people's time. And so,
Make that motion, Matthew.
thank you. So, your motion. Can I get a
Second.
second? And then, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We'll move, so if folks want to stay here, they are more than welcome to. We will try to be as fast as possible, and apologies for going back into executive in the middle. We usually try to stay till the end, but here we are. Bye.
So we're gonna return from executive session. I will disclose that there were no votes taken in executive session today. And so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. I believe Dr. Duval requested that we would move, I'd like to make a motion to move under new business, item A, the director of facilities contract to be the next item on the agenda. Can I get a second? Thank you. All those in favor of moving it, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And so, can I get a motion?
I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve, second, open up discussion. Dr. Duba, anything? Do you want us to take the vote and then?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Any discussion? Or further discussion? Okay, hearing none.
Can I just make the comment, Madam Chair, that the question that we had received, we answered to our satisfaction.
Yes, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of approving the Director of Facilities contract as presented by the administration, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Duba?
Yes, I would like to welcome Christopher Murphy. Chris Murphy, just approved contract for as our new Director of Facilities and School Security. Chris is coming to us most recently from East Providence, but has many years working as overseeing and managing facility plants, schools. Most recently, part of the school building committee in East Providence and overseeing the brand new high school that was built. Just to mention, came in the timeline, budget, and all that, which is commendable. Has good experiences working with SBA, knowledge around capital improvement plans, school safety, what we're looking for. So I'm very excited to welcome Chris. Welcome to start. He's available to start tomorrow. So we'll work on.
That's why we moved it up so you can go get some rest tonight and day tomorrow.
Well, congratulations and welcome. And thank you so much. We'll clap. We usually clap.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
And then tomorrow we'll sign up on contract.
Very good.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions or?
I'm just gonna connect with you outside real quick.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. And thank you to the administration.
Sorry it took so long.
That's okay.
For the search. Okay, so timeline wise, we want to go back.
Do you want to just take care of new business B?
Yeah, sure. Okay, can you make a motion to move it?
I'm going to make a motion to move up new business B as well.
Is there another item there too, or no?
It's right up the list of here.
Passing out copies now.
Yes, you were here, I was
Decaf, it's what she's got a regular brew house. Mocha latte.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we're doing really well and it's August. Okay, so we'll move, we have a motion to move item B to the next item. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. And so on this item, obviously, we wanted to, the school committee had this item in executive. No votes were taken, but we just wanted to provide clarification regarding how it was listed on the agenda. There are certain items on the agenda that we list underneath the categories of the headings provided for executive session. And just wanted to provide clarification that the school committee was having these conversations within accordance of executive session, but that the listing was primarily regarding the incident and learning more about possible improvements, et cetera, versus staff repercussions. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I was actually looking at the contract.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
I was just clarifying that the agenda items were more for investigating the incident versus staff.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah,
Oh.
we were. The committee was still
Yeah.
desirous to talk about the investigation. That's why it was listed the way it
Yeah.
was. It wasn't specifically to investigate the staff members that
Yeah,
were listed.
but just
Their
to allow them to
right,
participate.
Their input was required, which is why it was listed that way.
Great, thank
So
you.
just clarify, there's no allegations or misconduct brought forward on the chief operating officer
Correct.
or
Yes.
transportation.
Yes, okay, thank you for
Very
that
proud of his
clarification.
work. He does a fine job.
Thank you.
Yes, but that the school committee will be receiving some additional updates on both procedures, and then of course our policy subcommittee will be looking at potential improvements as well. Okay, anything else on that item? Okay, hearing none, we'll go back to the beginning for the superintendent's report. Ken? You got yours in it?
Oh, I didn't know it was yours.
Okay. It's okay.
Sorry, I closed it out when we were doing it.
No, no worries.
Back where you mentioned. So I will be brief on this. Just as far as providing some updates and giving you some district updates. We had a successful implementation of our kickoff decay events at all of our elementary schools this past month. All middle and high school schedules have been released to our families. That all went out yesterday. And as of today, all families should have received notification of their elementary teachers for their children. So all the kids in my household are all excited about the schedules and everything they receive. Next week, we will have new staff orientation on Tuesday. We have convocation on Wednesday and professional development on Thursday. The high school is making good progress on preparing for their NEASC visit. We have coordinated a district emergency training that will take place in September. This training is being coordinated with our local fire department, police department, and public emergency director as a follow-up to our tabletop training that we did with our district staff, building administrators, secretaries last year. And this will be an in-person training. It will happen while there are no students in the building, and notification will be going out to the town regarding this as well. I'm going to give an update on enrollment. Right now, our total enrollment is 3,806 students.
I'm sorry, I lost the second number.
3,806.
Thank you.
We have 1,312 at the high school, 340 at the middle school, Wickford Middle, 489 at Davisville Middle School, 386 at Stony Lane, 448 at Hamilton. We have 350 students at Fishing Cove, 90 of them are in the preschool program. We have 213 students at Quinnesset and 267 students at Forest Park. And I'm sorry, Wickford Middle School is 341, not 340. Just if you're adding to make sure those all add up for you. As far as vacancies, we do have some vacancies. We've been doing a lot of hiring, and you'll see that in the personnel. But for vacancies, we still have 10 positions open for teacher assistants throughout the district. We have 2 part-time clerk positions opening. We have 1 social worker position that is not filled. We have a speech-language pathologist position not filled. We have a senior account clerk position, which is within transportation, that is open right now. We have 5 open positions in child nutrition. We have a teaching position that is open for special education at the high school. And we are looking for a 10-month minibus driver as well as a bus monitor. Those are the vacancies that we are still looking to fill.
Yeah.
We had our administrative retreat this past week. It was a successful retreat. We had all of our district level administrators and building level administrators together for 2 days. We did some team building. We reviewed policies, school safety and discipline, went over leadership expectations, provided some training around instructional rounds and focus on instruction for the school year, focusing on the instructional core and student outcomes. And instructional rounds are it's a medical kind of process that doctors use looking at what the work they're doing. But in the educational field, you can do the same thing where you have a group of educators that come together. You have a problem of practice that you're looking at within a school. You go out, you observe, provide some feedback, you kind of dig down to the data you're pulling, giving recommendations to the building principal. So we'll be doing that type of work moving forward this year, doing some training, and also working with some other districts on that to kind of network and share in within that. So that's exciting for us of some work that we're going to be doing. So that's all for my superintendent's report today.
Thank you, I had
Yes.
a question. The district emergency training, and I think you had gone to the school safety training also, right?
Yes.
So the new law that goes into effect based on the commission that they did on school safety, are there any changes that are going to be going into effect this year?
So one of the we have to send notification out to all families just to have an understanding of what drills we have and what those drills are like. So that is something I have to put together. That is something that is new that we have to put out in place. They're also going through what lockdowns look like and making sure that there are no active intruder shooter drills being done while students are in session. We don't do that. Even at the safety training, they said they didn't have any schools in Rhode Island that actually do it that way. And in the emergency training I've talked about that we're doing is an active intruder, but we're doing it while there's no students in the building when we conduct that.
And wasn't there like a trauma-informed component to that bill also?
I have to go back and turn everything that
When's
they,
the compliance date with that?
turn what they mentioned regarding
Like
that.
immediately?
Yeah.
Right, yep, so.
Yeah, we can go back. And it was some of it had to do with how you're doing your lockdown drills to make sure that you're not causing any trauma
Yeah, and I
to
thought there was
students
like a
and staff.
post-drill,
You're supposed to do a
Like
debriefing. So what you have to do, and I will say, when we do our drills, we do a debriefing. But you are supposed to, that is a requirement now. But we do debrief after we do our drills. And we actually, part of our monthly meetings, we debrief as well of all the drills that we have. So.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding the superintendent report? Just one question, Ken, as far as the advertising of the vacant positions. I know in years past we've done some promotion like to the district or, on social media, different things like that. Do you know if we have anything planned beyond just posting on School Spring where we traditionally post?
We need to put something back out on Facebook regarding that.
Okay,
So we'll do that.
great, thank you. Anything else?
We're in much better shape than we have been in the past too, just looking at like what we
Oh yeah, the list
have.
is way shorter, which
So-
is greatly
good.
appreciated, and kudos to your team on the
But we
hiring
still-
last year.
we still
But
have
yeah,
positions.
yeah, and especially like with some of them, I know, the 10 TA one, I know that has a big effect on our teachers and their ability. Like it trickles, and I want to make sure that we're prioritizing employee wellness and student wellness, of course. And so anything that we can do to get the word out about these positions, I think is good, kind of beyond just the traditional posting. So, great. Anything else? Okay. We'll go on to the routine items. Can I get a motion for sealing executive minutes? And I already disclosed that we did not take any votes today in executive session. So moved.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And before we make a motion for the consent agenda, would anyone like to exempt anything from it?
No.
Okay. Can I get a motion for that then?
Move passage of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Reports. First one, update on school facilities. Dr. Duca? If anything.
You want me to go first?
Facilities.
Yep. So update on school facilities. So summer cleaning through ABM. At this point, every classroom has been cleaned, and they are working their ways through the corridors right now, and then going back and touching up in all of our buildings. The floor refinishing at the high school and DMS is also complete. I'm not going to touch on the projects unless you want me to that were complete last time. Just kind of more of a status update. Hamilton.
Or anything that might be like not done that
Yep.
we should be aware of. Like I assume things are done unless
So
there's something in it.
our East Coast Masonry project at Hamilton Elementary School is moving right along. They expect to have the walls completed by next week. There is a delay so as part of that reconstruction, they're replacing 2 doors that lead to the courtyard. Those have, it had a 6 to 8 week lead time, so they may be in before school, but East Coast is planning if they're not in before school, the existing doors are still there. They will come either on the primary day or on a weekend to replace them. So there will be no disruption to the learning environment, but they're anticipating the replacement of the walls to be complete. The doors are on a delay. The high school HVAC project, actually let me just stick on Hamilton fire alarm. They have all their paperwork. They're picking up keys and access cards tomorrow and are going to begin second shift work in the coming days. They were securing their materials. The high school HVAC project, they're anticipating all interior work to be complete before the start of school. They also think there's a really good chance that room 300 and the lab, which are getting more mini split ductless units, that those will be complete and 100% installed. But the rooftop unit, they're still waiting for delivery date on. So again, they're going to be flexible on when that gets installed once they have their delivery date. I believe that is it. The D building project, they're going through all their planning. I have So National Grid's, the paperwork with Rhode Island Energy has been signed to bring the gas line on, and that is what is going to drive the project, is once the gas line is in, then they can replace the boiler. So again, waiting for an install date from Rhode Island Energy, but it was just commented today that DigSafe was out there marking, so it's obviously in progress.
Is there a ETD on that project?
So Rhode Island Energy gave, it was a pretty standard 12 to 14 week lead time on the gas line. We did express to them the desire on getting it done sooner. So they're going to work with us, but step one is getting DigSafe in there. So I also know the contractors have been notified so they can begin securing their materials. So everybody's on board. There's been no ground broken, but they're all in that
Queued up, ready to go.
ramping up phase. I think that is it.
Sure.
Miss anything? So I think mostly everything I touched on last time.
Any questions or clarifications? So we'll move on to anything from the homeschool summary report. Any questions?
So you have that in there, that report, just so you know, that is updated every November, so we can give you another report in November. But this is our latest report from RIDE, and then we send everything in. So right now the total number of
I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
Nelson. All's in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
so we have 135 homeschool students from this past school year, and then we'll have an update for this year once we receive them and provide that report to RIDE.
Do we have any sense, Ken, on that one about how that compares to the year prior?
Yeah, I'd have to
If not, could we just check?
I can
I'm just curious if it's.
do a quick math, and I can tell you it's on here. It's just not all added.
I can do the math later.
So-
It's okay. I'll do it later. No worries. Just curious if it was up, down, pretty close.
It's all,
I would. You did it that quick?
well, I just.
Well, even just go to grade 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that grade 11, we had talked about that last year,
Yeah.
about grade 11. But grade 11 is up, which would increase the entire number.
Okay. Thank you. And then item 3. That's you, Kristen. Anything that you want there, or do you just for our
No,
information?
that's just listed personnel report, which has all of the new hires as well as
It's all the way at the tippy top.
yeah. No, I'm just looking at something up for city to make sure I'm not talking out of order. That would also have all the recalls in there as well.
All right. Thank you. Any questions regarding that? Okay. And then we can move on to the next item, which is the financial report. I know Leslie is here. Some of these are just for our information, but so if anybody has any questions or anything that the administration wants to highlight regarding the financial reports, thank you for sharing all this information.
I had a couple questions.
No one's surprised. I agree. I said, if you didn't, we would be surprised.
First off, I can't tell you
I'm just saying, in like a very respectful way. In a very nice way.
how happy I was to get financial reports that we didn't ask for. That's amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for answering all the questions that I had about them. I just wanted to clarify that we talked back and forth, Ken, you and I, on the PLWC renewals of the pension and state aid. At some point within the next month or so, we could just get like an updated, revised estimate budget with all those adjustments showing. That would be awesome, just so that we can see where all the ins and outs are. I had a question on the gate receipts. So what is the process for that money once it's in there? Like, the only thing that I saw money spent on last year was wrestling mats. Is there a plan for that money? Does it just sit there? Like, we only spent $5,000 last year.
So my understanding that is money that can be used towards anything that's needed for this, student athletes as requests come through.
And do they know that?
I believe so. Just in conversations I've had with Mr. Tolbert.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the teams themselves know that also?
We will make sure they know.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it
make
just
sure
seems
they're
like
aware
that's
of
kind
that,
of been
so.
like there, so
Mhm.
that would be great that they knew that.
But, yeah, but the funds are there, that is for, to support student
Yeah,
needs
the
and
athletics,
teams.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
Is that just in a, I'm trying to pull up that one,
And
but
as well as a specific policy on it too.
I
Yeah,
know
there's
there's
a
a,
policy for what goes into it, but not for how it comes out.
Like how requests are made. So I will talk with Mr. Tober and just make sure that the coaches are aware.
Yeah, I just
of
wanna make sure, like,
if
if we're
there's
putting it in
need,
there, we should make sure
where-
teams
how-
need it,
if there's
yeah.
something they need, they can put that request through
Yeah.
to him. I know that's what happened with the wrestling mats.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think definitely that piece of it, and then also, if the money is just sitting there, like, is it just in like a traditional account? Should it be something that we should be
it's just regular account. right?
investing? And then, like, if they're not like, if it's just sitting there, like, is that something that we could be maybe gaining interest on, or, yeah, please. Or you could sit at the table, up to you.
I don't know if the account carries enough of a balance to make it worthwhile putting it in an investment account. I think it's so high. I think it's probably sufficient where it is. I know historically they have not requested to use it, but if they wanted to, it could go through a similar process that they would for any other requisition. So it has accounts, it has certain things built into our financial system. They can put requisitions in just like they would anything else, and as long as it falls under certain thresholds, it would go to school committee, after it went above, which is I think why the wrestling mats went there, because it was above the normal purchasing threshold. But by all means, if they put it in, it's going to go through the same process, and Mr. Tober would approve it, and then it would come to us, and we would approve it internally.
Okay, awesome,
Okay.
thank you.
And how much did that account?
It had
how
like
much did we bring in?
63,000, well, it brought in like 30 something, between $30,000 and $40,000, I think.
So I want to say last year it was around 46,000, and then there's the 15%
Yeah.
that would come off. So it was a little less last year than it was the year before, I believe. And I'm sure it just depends on it's basically just game attendance.
Right.
So if they're not as heavily attended one year from the other.
Or you can most certainly see it, yeah. I was also curious about the revenue though, and why it wasn't. Yeah, like it wasn't exactly the same, which I thought makes sense, but also like doesn't. So. Alright.
Yeah, and I asked Leslie, like the 15% has already come out of that, so what you see there
Yes.
is net of the 15%.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
And then my last question was, I know we've talked about this for a while, but the food services budget, like, is there an actual plan for spending that money now? Because wasn't that one of the things that the auditors had talked about?
Yes, there is a spend down plan
Okay.
that's on file with the state. It gets updated. I believe it was last meeting, the vending machines are actually, that's part of, the vending machines that were approved are part of the spend down plan. There was some warmers that were also purchased.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
It's part of so every year when we do, it's a report called the net cash resources that we have to report back to RIDE. They also require that spend down plan be included with that, and they have to make sure that it fits in with the approved uses and things like that too. So I would think that they would match, but I'm happy to share that document
That would be
with you
great.
if you want to see what was submitted. I think it was one of the first things I did, so I think we did it in March, so I can share that with you.
That would be great, thank you. Okay, that was all my questions.
Okay, anything else, Jim?
No. Just looking forward to our first budget and finance subcommittee meeting sometime soon, I hope, this next month.
Great. Okay. Moving on to item C, the advisory reports. So the first one is policy, Jim?
The Policy Advisory Committee last met on August 7th. We discussed the grading policies that exist at the middle and high school level that had previously been before the policy group in February. There are some short-term changes that can be made to reflect current practices, and those are on the agenda tonight as a first read. But there needs to be a longer-term look at updating these and potentially consolidating them. Conversations continued around the physical restraint policy and making sure that reflects best practices and agreed upon changes from a mediation agreement. We'll be discussing this policy again at the next policy meeting with the hopes of moving forward a revised policy to the school committee in September. The attendance policies The attendance policy and the policies around attendance boundaries and the assignment of students to schools were touched on briefly and will be addressed again in more detail at a future policy meeting. These need to be updated to reflect current practices and to ensure we're operating in the best interests of students. Bus and transportation related policies were again briefly touched on. These need to be reviewed in detail, and administration will be working on the processes and procedures as well. Our next meeting will take place on Monday, August 26th at 4:30 p.m. at the Central Administration Building. We hope to be able to finalize all policies I just mentioned, as well as have additional discussions on a district dress code. That's it.
Okay, any questions regarding that? Okay, moving on to building subcommittee, Ken?
So I can re-summarize what I talked about earlier, but I did kind of summarize the building committee when I was speaking about the CIP and programs earlier.
Yeah, just if there was anything else that you wanted to add. Okay, and do we have a scheduled meeting, a future one for that?
Yep, it's in September.
Is it the email? I forget.
Hold on.
No worries.
Nope, I'm not recalling the exact date.
Jules, I don't think you didn't have it earlier, right?
I did not.
All right. You want to make Ken search for it if you had already read it to us and I had missed
No, I
it.
believe it's September 11th because then we have our school committee on the 12th.
Okay.
That sounds right, yeah.
Yeah, it's the 11th.
All right, thank you. Any questions regarding that? Okay, we can move on to unfinished business. Can I get a motion for item B?
Motion to discuss?
Sorry.
Okay, and then, so this is for an update on recycling at schools. So we just wanted to get an update kind of where we're at, as it has been brought up kind of in a variety of different ways, both from student groups, the school committee, and then also just trying to make sure that we're in compliance with the law that exists in the state of Rhode Island. So I'll defer to Ken and Mike and whomever wants to give us an update.
I know we did an update in the spring. We have continued to work with our trash haulers, Amiga. We've not had any more or observed any more incidents where they're using one truck for both containers. We did reduce it in a cost savings measure. We did reduce the frequency of pickups so that they're not coming multiple times per week just because we're not generating the same amount of trash. So we did have conversations with them regarding that. Nothing has changed there. ABM continues to, the big thing we took out of our meeting with them is the fact that you cannot have any type of bag in a recycle bin, otherwise the landfill or the resource recovery center denies the load. So ABM, in my building checks, I check dumpsters and I'm not seeing bags in there, so they are being compliant. We are working with the folks at the Rhode Island Resource Recovery on the Get the Foam Out grant, and there's more coming out on that in the upcoming weeks for some school and months for others. And I know it's one of the things I'll be working with our new facilities director on over the next few weeks about, we had been talking in the spring about consistency. There are some classrooms, so every classroom, we've checked with the principals, every area has both a trash receptacle and a recycle bin. Some classrooms might have both a blue and a green. Some classrooms might just have a green, some might just have a blue. So we want to get consistency out there. So we may reshuffle some so that every recycled bin at Hamilton, for example, may be a green one, and whatever blues they have, we take to Wickford, and so we may look at reshuffling that and then continue to work with Rhode Island Resource Recovery as far as labeling.
What about the cafeterias?
So that's part of the Get the Foam Out grant. There's going to be multiple, so I believe there's a series of 5 or 6 bins where stuff gets separated. So that's all part of the Get the Foam Out.
And those will be in place for the beginning of the school year?
Nope, that's part of a rollout that happens.
Yeah, we'll have to get a timeline as far as that, with the grant being approved.
Yep.
Process.
That's a rollout. We're going to be, I believe. So I was trying to be the first district in the state. I think North Providence is beating us to it, but we are targeting to be the 2nd district in the state that has this rolled out district wide. So as part of that it's a series of recycling bins, but there's education that leads up to it. There's staff involvement from the grant. So there are people coming in, which is why you do one school at a time. So I think the thought was from Trish was waiting the first couple weeks of school are hectic, and then the first school would be rolling out the third week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're posting for a sustainability coordinator, which is just somebody to assist us with this rollout
What? Oh, through the grant?
through the grant.
Got
Correct.
it. Is that, but that's not posted yet?
I don't believe it's posted yet, but it is pending.
It will be getting posted next.
Yeah, I'd say in
Probably
the
by
next
the end
couple
of
of
this
days. Yeah.
week, because we're reviewing that earlier.
Good
So.
job. Yep.
Great. Yeah, I think my biggest, and I think the grant is great, but I do think that, you know, for me, having some concerns about our uncompliance with the legislation that came regarding recycling in the state, and, you know, just being even at my own children's school and seeing what happens at lunch and seeing there's no recycle bins, they're throwing plastic water bottles in the trash. Nothing's going into the mixed recycling
So,
bins.
and that's exactly what
Yeah.
this Get the Foam Out is. You've got
But we have the capacity to recycle right now.
and I would disagree in saying that there's no recycle bins, because I'm in the cafeterias.
Yeah.
There are recycle bins in there. Kids choosing to use them, you know, that's no. There are recycle bins in every cafeteria. I completely disagree with that statement. I can guarantee you that they are there. Whether they're being used or not is a separate matter, but they are there. There were new ones purchased, as a matter of fact, last spring, and part of that was part of the issue with our trash hauling company was there were plastic bags placed in there, even though they were recycle safe. The Rhode Island Resource Recovery denies anything that's a bag, regardless of the type of bag that it's in, clear, black.
Yep, that makes sense.
But with the Get the Foam Out grant, like I said, there's a series of recycling. There's going to be recycling of rubbish. There's going to be recycling of food waste. There's going to be like there's a series of, I think it's 5 or 6 bins where stuff does get separated.
Okay.
But then again, we can't use bags to throw that in, so that it gets all dumped into a recycled dumpster.
Got it. Okay, any other questions for the committee?
So I just want to make sure, one of the things that have kind of started this whole conversation a while ago was at the high school. Are we recycling in the high school, in the cafeterias there, and in the schools?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep,
Because
yep.
the students there have been very adamant about
Well,
the fact.
the student did that project because it was only behind the scenes.
Right.
Like they were recycling inside, like the staff was recycling, but the students
The
were not.
students were not, right.
Well, and what happens is if a because I think what people were seeing was, and this goes to, you know, one of the things we talked about is not having, you know, you may have a trash receptacle by the door and the recycle bin by the teacher's desk, let's say, but let's put those items together because somebody on their way out the door may be willing to recycle, but it's all the way back there and I have
Right.
3 minutes to get to my next class. So like putting both the receptacles side by side so that you can make the choice and not just a matter of convenience. I think we've had people who have observed our custodial staff taking the recycle bin and dumping it into the trash. And we've spoken with ABM about that. You know, I've not heard that since, but there also gets to a point if somebody saturates the recyclable with stuff that can't be recycled, that then needs to go into the
Trash.
into the trash. Just like if somebody puts non-recyclable stuff into a recycle dumpster, that has to go in the trash.
But the recycle bins are available and accessible and in the visible spots.
Correct,
Okay.
correct. That's what we're working on is putting them both in the same spot. You know, we did find out, in a matter of convenience, one is one area, one is the other.
Okay, thank you.
What does a green one indicate versus a blue one?
So back in the day, you used to
Isn't
green was like
paper-
paper, and
paper,
blue
plastic,
blue was you know
Yeah.
aluminum and
Can
bottles.
we just order mixed recycle bins so that there's
So-
not confusion about that? Because like my first grader is gonna look at.
So that's what we want to do is let's take Forest
Yeah.
Park and Quid, right? And if there's 50-50 green and blue,
Yeah.
let's put all green at Quid and all blue at whatever.
Yeah.
But put so Rhode Island Resource Recovery has stickers that you can
Okay,
put on that
that's what I
say
was-
mixed recycling, rather than just the bins are. When you talk about the scale of how many you would have to purchase.
No, that's fine. I just think it's important. Like they would be rule followers. So like if it said paper, even if you told me you could put a plastic thing in, they wouldn't. And so I think that's great that if we can retrofit them with stickers to say mixed recycle and then have consistency for students, that's wonderful. I think for me,
just the timeline and like not just waiting for the grant, but doing what we can now to start being in compliance with the law is really important. And then it's amazing that the grant's coming in and that we're able to hire the sustainability person. But I do think we should, if you don't have things set up for the first day of school, then like you don't start that culture of whatever shift you're trying to do. So
Well, it is one of the things now we have a facilities director on board.
Yeah.
I can certainly
great,
add that to the list of things for him to work on.
awesome. Any other comments, questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, moving on to policies. We obviously already handled C5, and so Jen, I'll defer to you on the other ones.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the first read with revisions. I'm going to make a motion to discuss C1 and C2. So these are first reads of existing policies, first reads for revisions of existing policies, and we'll see these one more time before voting on them. The grading policies in general need to be thoroughly reviewed and updated, but these changes to these two policies reflect the current practices occurring in the meantime. These were updated in policy subcommittee and by the administration to reflect short-term changes to address what's currently happening. Rob or Ken, did you want to add anything specific to these policies?
I think just to note, as far as like the grading, I know Mr. Evadijian brought something forward earlier. Just knowing like the grading policy, we talk about short-term, long-term goals. That's just changes right now that we're making just to get everyone, to make sure it's consistent. But changes like, do we bring in the D grade, or what are we doing on formative and summative assessment? Those are long-term goals that we're going to be putting a committee together of administrators and teachers and students to look at that.
Yep.
So that's something that will get addressed, as we move forward.
Okay.
So.
Yep, and that you all wanted to have we had talked about that at the policy subcommittee, and that you wanted to have a really thoughtful approach to that and not just make changes without having like kind of a comprehensive conversation. And I do think to note on that one, Jen, the grading policies, it's not that they're things that we're changing, but really putting things into the policies that we're already doing.
Yes.
And so I think that's an important distinction between just, it's not really changes, it's more like officiating things that are practices that are happening that we're not
We're
in the policy.
solidifying
Yep.
things that are happening.
And that we'll be
yes.
revisiting that one. Ken, just something for your notes, just if we could maybe get a sense of a timeline on those grading policy conversations, like just some sort of like in the future, like, hey, these are kind of our steps for that plan, because I know it is a big undertaking, but just to have some transparency for the community, I think would be helpful, and the teachers, et cetera. But I do appreciate your thoughtful approach to it. Anything else? I think it's a car.
Motorcycle.
Okay, so
I
that's
guess.
that for that one. So these are
My
all
guess was less.
second reads on new policies. I'm going to take these one by one. I'm going to make a motion to approve the inclement weather policy.
Second.
This is the second read on a new policy which outlines the process around cancellations, delays, etc., and also recess and other heat-related issues. The version that's in front of you today reflects the changes that were requested by Mr. Witterman at the last meeting, and at this time I'm recommending approval.
You made a second, I think.
Any further discussion on that? Dr. Duva, Mike?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve the scheduling.
No, wait.
No, we
do
haven't
vote.
Oh, we
You
haven't
gotta
voted?
vote.
Okay.
Yeah. All those in favor of approving the inclement weather policy, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the scheduling of district events.
Second.
This is a second read on a new policy which provides guidelines to ensure district events are inclusive and accessible to everyone. Once approved, we will need to publish the list of religious and cultural observance days, so I will be bringing that back to the school committee for approval at a future date. At this time, I'm recommending approval of the policy itself.
Second.
Okay. I think we're good there. We just have to do that discussion, right? We already did the motion second. So, Dr. Duva or Co, anything on that one from you all?
No.
Okay. My recommendation to Jen is if there's any like standing recommendations from RIDE or Rhode Island or anything like that we can work through, like instead of recreating the wheel, but kind of finding some source for those things. I think that would be super helpful. And then, of course, I think the intent on that is not to make teacher or building administrators or PTO's jobs harder, but to have some intentionality and thought process through things. And so, you know, as we implement new policies, getting feedback on it, if it is causing challenges, is really important to us, because just because we approve a policy doesn't mean that we can't revise it or revisit it. And so just wanted to make that comment, because it's one of those ones that we don't want to make it harder for folks. The intent is to just make things more clear and make sure that we're supporting students. Any other discussion on that one? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, then we'll move on to the next.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the Title IX policy and grievance procedures.
Second.
This is the second read of a new policy which outlines the process for incidents of sex-based harassment that are alleged to have occurred on or after August 1st, 2024, incidents that are alleged to have occurred prior to August 1st, 2024, which do not fall under Title IX, still follow our existing non-discrimination and anti-harassment policy. This time I'm recommending approval.
Any other discussion regarding this?
No, just to clarify, this is, you know, a new policy. Our existing policy of non-discrimination and anti-harassment still remains in effect for instances before August 1st.
Yep, and others, and that's why, and when we get there, we'll be adding that verbiage.
Yep.
Correct, okay. Anything else? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. I'm going to make a motion to approve non-school sponsored field trips.
Second.
This is the second read of a new policy which seeks to establish and clarify that the North Kingstown School Department is not responsible nor liable for, in any way, non-school sponsored field trips or tours. At this time, I'm recommending approval.
Okay, any other comments or questions regarding that one? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
And then these are second reads of existing policies with revisions. I'm going to make a motion to approve graduation requirements.
Second.
These are updated requirements for the class of 2028 and beyond. At this time, I'm recommending approval of the changes that were discussed at the meeting on August 1st.
I'm in support of this, but do you want the administration to take a look at the legislation that just passed, that was sponsored, I believe, by a former NK high school student,
with the gym?
the PE requirement, to see if we need to edit that at all, because I know that there is some graduation requirements. I do believe, I'm totally comfortable approving this today, but just wanted to note that, especially because it was a North Kingstown student that had put that forward, and that I believe it got signed in this week, so congrats to them, but that might affect this in future. Okay.
So would you like to do just hold it for now? Or?
No, I'm comfortable approving
Approve
as
and
is, but then I do think we should check and just make sure that this is still in compliance, and if not, we should revisit. That's all. Just because I know PE is a requirement, like it does fall into that graduation requirement category.
Sure.
Any other discussion regarding this? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then last one.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the revision to the non-discrimination and anti-harassment policy.
Second.
This has been updated to reflect that incidents of Title IX harassment alleged to occur after August 1st need to follow the new policy, but anything before August 1st still follows this policy. And at this time, I'm recommending approval.
Any other discussion? I just wanted to note that I would like this one to go back.
Yes.
This one and Title IX to go back to the policy subcommittee, because I'm uncomfortable having them as separate documents. I would like the committee to consider merging them for clarity, especially because there's a lot of crossover, and I want to make sure that we're following similar processes. I'm completely fine approving it as is, because I know that's kind of where we are in the trajectory, but I do want to make sure those go back.
So just a point of inquiry. So we would approve them here and then go back and then merge them in some way and then come back to the full.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and not that, just to make sure, and so obviously there'll have to be the language from the before August 1st part. I just think it would be more helpful for folks to follow it if it was all one document, and also kind of made sure that we were following the same trajectory for kind of when we can. So it just, I think it'll make it cleaner, but it's totally fine as is separate right now. I think it
Yeah,
just
we had
would
talked
be-
about that too, just getting this forward because it was
Yeah,
effective
I just
and
wanted
then
to,
bringing
I'm
it
just saying
back.
it
Yeah.
here, I know we said it policy,
Yeah.
but I wanted to make sure the committee understood the trajectory there. Anything else on that?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, we'll call that one. All those in favor, please say aye.
I,
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll just let Jen know that I did have a question. I was distracted from it, my fault, on the IKA, but I'll just bring it up during the second read, just related to the makeup work of 2 days.
Yeah, you could also email it to Rob.
Okay.
Yeah, and then that way, and then
yeah.
we can work through if
Yeah.
we want, how we can get it in. So that's totally
good.
fine, and we still have time on that one.
Thank you.
There was something else that I wanted to note about. Oh, Andrew, question on that one that we just passed, and the other one, because it's August 20th, does it matter because of the August 1st, or we're fine?
No, I think we're fine, because obviously if something came in with an
Yeah.
allegation post-August 1st, we would apply this policy.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I just wasn't sure if we needed to do like a retro or whatever, so just wanted to confirm. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us through the policies. Thank you so much to the Policy Advisory Committee and Ms. Lima for leading us through those. Now we're on to new business. We've already done some of these. We have item C. So can I get a motion for item C?
Let me make sure I phrase this correctly. I am going to make a motion to uphold the superintendent's decision and deny the parent's request. Is that right? Did I phrase that right?
The parent's
Yeah, that
appeal.
works.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Oh, just a discussion. I'm just wondering if this is approved, which it may well. There's 2 people already. Just ask the superintendent if there's anything else we can do to help these parents out. We appreciate any suggestions.
I don't think that's a combo.
No, that-
here.
that-
I think it's a
I
statement.
just understand it as a request, just
That's
to-
a statement.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So the motion on the table with the second is to uphold the superintendent's recommendation and deny the parent appeal. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then last item is item D. Can we get a motion?
Make a motion to discuss.
Okay. So this is the advisory committee applications. Dr. Duba?
Yes, so we have posted for this. It went out through email to all of our family staff. It's on our website, and it also will go in the paper this week. This is the advertisement that's going out. We'll be out there for a week, and then these the applications close next Friday, the 30th.
Just a point of clarification on the ad.
Yes.
If it's already locked, no worries. But I think it's beyond just the school community. It's because we're looking for community members too that might have professional expertise, so they don't have to be a member of the school community to apply for a thing.
We can,
so
we can fix that. I mean, we're just
Yeah.
trying to think like school community at large.
yeah,
but
no, I get it. But
we
like, if
can-
I saw that, I might think maybe that I had to have a student in the schools, and that's not always the case. So just you can
Yeah,
take
in
that.
the, in the future, we can definitely edit that.
Yeah, no worries. Not a problem. Not a problem.
It's also going to be on their website, the Independence website.
Great. Okay. And we have positions available on both the wellness and
As well for Health and Wellness Committee and the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Subcommittee.
wonderful. Okay. Any questions or comments regarding that? Okay, and thank you so much for the advertising in compliance with our policy. We appreciate it. So we'll move on to the last one, correspondence.
August 2nd, Tara Urban, transportation decision. August 19th, regarding a student in Hamilton Elementary kindergarten. I'm redacting the names on both of those. That's it.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Any discussion on that? I'm really upset we're getting out early, Madam Chair. You said midnight.
Listen,
Come on
I
now.
did better than promised.
Come on, you're losing your
so
touch here.
No way.
Aye, all in favor.
Thank you.
Aye, aye.
Thank you so much.
That was